Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Guitar Liland, Larvae, quiet. Hope you're all good. Right. I did end up AFKing on here overnight. I hadn't actually meant to, but I did. So we did get all of the tritanium coils done. I started another 32 Warden Hearts coming in as well. I don't know if we're gonna need them today or not, but we have 80 tritanium coils there, and we've got the other 16 over there. So first thing we're going to do is upgrade the rotary hearth furnace. Working on making yourself a nice little cracker? I'm assuming you mean in-game. Hey, Chloe. How you doing? So yeah, these took around about 3 or 4 hours to do. Wait, did I miss something? I did. Yeah, they took around about 4 or so hours to do. They were not quick. But hopefully, this should be the last time we need to upgrade these for, at least for a decent amount of time. I have decided when we make the alloy blast smelter, the mega alloy blast smelter, we're going to start with just the trinium coils. And then we'll upgrade as we need to. No, I've often wondered the same thing though, Larvae. It's been updated in more recent versions, I think, in some things at least, to 90 millibuckets. Not that that answers the question in any way, shape, or form. There we go. Right. We now have tritanium coils. They're nice, lovely red. Right, so the plan for today is... hang on, wait a second. Wait. I was going to see how it related to, like, how 9 of them would... how much 9 of them would be, but that's like 1,296, so that doesn't really make anything any more understandable. Anyway, right, so we got our HPCAs upgraded yesterday. I've realized that I was looking at going for this miner next. This is actually not the next miner we're supposed to do. This is actually the next miner we're supposed to do, the tier 8. So we may as well get this one done first. Which we're going to need crystal matrix double plates for. Alright. So if we just request one of those for now. I don't know how long that takes actually now in the rotary hearth furnace. Oh yeah, because we've got that whole long-ass process to go through to get to this, haven't we? Making, like, the dense matrix meshes and everything else. Well, at least it going through there is pretty quick. There we go. Right. That will complete that quest for us. Right, the only source of Hadal shards. This microminer also brings back dragon eggs, dragon scales, dragon's breath, quantum stars, and gravistars. I believe it also brings back tiny amounts of neutronium as well. If I remember rightly, for one of the missions. Yeah. Does bring back neutronium as well. So I assume that's our first source of neutronium. But this is, I think, what we need it for first. Which is the Hadal shards. Unfortunately, this is another one that gets damaged and we will have to repair. Which is going to suck. Oh, I need to get UV energy hatches done today as well. Anyway, right, this is what we need. We're going to, again, as per usual, we're going to do this in a, an individual one. So what are we actually going to need that we might not have? Double geranium plates we probably don't have. I don't know about the double rhodium, lumium, palladium ones. Those I know we have. Those I know we have a recipe for. And warp cores and warp controllers we probably don't. I think we've got the ZPM field generators. I don't know about the Super Chest 3s, though. Wait, how many warp engines do we need?
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
Alright, enjoy the lurk larvae. Right, we need 2 of those. We are likely to need recipes for double geranium plates. We're going to need to, I think we're going to need to make some more fusion reactors today as well. Yeah, we'll need the double rhodium plated lumium palladium plates as well. Warp cores actually aren't that bad. I was kind of expecting worse. So using a lot more ME hatches from you importing new machines, but still not waiting for the output ones since they won't get full. Start the machines. That's fair. That's where machine controllers come in handy, though. I don't know if you've used those. But the machine controllers basically work with a redstone signal. That's what I've got most of mine turned off with. What's taking the time with these? The warp engine itself. Okay, that's not too bad. Right, we need one ZPM field generator. You can do it that way with emitters and laser IO. Just have several level emitters going into one laser IO thing, and then when any of them trigger it, it shuts it off. It's a little bit more complicated to set up, but we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, so 18 those. And we got 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 of these. I assume that just goes in the middle. I don't think I did enough of these, did I? No, I definitely didn't. I think I need 4 more. Pretty sure I miscounted something here. Oh, no, I didn't. I just put those in the wrong place. There we go. Our first tier 8 microminer. I'm going to do a UV assembler. In fact, I'm going to do 3 more UV assemblers and do the repair ones for these in UV assemblers rather than LUV. I mean, we may as well do. Anyway. There we go. And we've also got the trinium-plated micro excavator. Tier 8.5 microminer, an alternative source of geranium via dilithite, mission with gemstone sensors, and an alternative source for darmstadium via darmstadite ore, mission with iridium neutron reflectors, minimizes waiting for the fusion reactor. It might be worth using, at least getting some, using this for a few of the missions. I'm not so bothered about the iridosamine and the other ones, but the dilithite ones, which we should have everything just about that we need. We need the elite drilling kits still, but that's easy enough to do, I think. And we'll make these requestable as well. And we'll do these with the darmstadite and the dolomite ones. Both should be easy enough to do. Right, we're going to be waiting a while for those assemblers, but that's fine. These can... We've only got 9 items with these as well, haven't we? Can you at least let me just fucking look at the recipe? Yeah, just 9 items for this as well. And we'll have those with a crafting card to make those available. What about the trinium plated one? That's not too bad. Let's make one of those as well while we're waiting. The warp engines are going to take... We don't have any soul vials. Oh, right, that's a point. The quintessence... We need... We might need to make that quintessence infuser as well. The fused quartz we haven't really got a way of making at the moment either. I think what I might do is just make an alloy smelter. Well, actually just passively set up the fused quartz. In fact, I think that is probably a good idea. If we just go with... Honestly, an EV one should be fine for this. Oh, wait, did I leave the... I did leave it in there. I need that. I'll set this up here, I guess. Hey, Witty. How you doing?
Oh, I see. Running away, eh? You yellow bastard!
All right, no worries, quiet. It's just quartz, right? Yeah. Ziddick, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How are we all doing?
Slash me Zidikori Zidikori. The Zidikians have arrived. Zidikori Zidikori.
Ziddick, welcome. Welcome, Raiders. How was the stream? I hope it was good. What were you up to today? And thank you so much for the 57 months, Ziddick. I appreciate it. Right. Can I remember if you was this just Ziddick or Ziddick UK? Apparently just Ziddick. But Sheepy, welcome. Wolfie, Angel, Mandolin, Bio. I hope you're all well. What were you up to today, Zedek? You got the LA home in one piece? GG. I've never done anything with LAs before. Are you playing in a version with the is it the copper golems? Are they a thing yet? In the version you're in? All right. But for those just joining us, welcome. I am Chicheva, primarily modded Minecraft player. We're currently playing Monifactory, getting into the late game. Just trying to sort out more Microminers at the moment to get a few more resources. And that needs to be different. Going to be handy for picking up purple. Copper golem, Selenian. Ah, okay. I really don't keep up with like what's going on as far as Minecraft is concerned. I really should do. What do I need? That. Yeah, right now we're just trying to get Microminers set up for a few of the later game resources. And unfortunately, the Microminers need to be repaired. Minecraft lives on Saturday, 6 PM UK time, so that'll tell you. Fair enough. I will probably completely forget that that's on. I usually do. Okay, right. We do need to do a few things. These all need to have UV power now. Hey, Hyena, how you doing? Oh, we don't need that. Right, so what are we going to need to do in here? Right, so for this one, when this... Oh, wait, hang on. Please tell me we don't need to repair this one. No, that one doesn't need to be repaired at any point. Good. Right, so this one, we need to make sure we have that, and that in there. That needs to go in there. We need a filter. We just need to make sure more bloody warp engines that need to be made. Right, we need to make sure it keeps each of those in stock. And then we're going to need to put a crafting card in here to make sure it crafts all these. Okay, and that goes into there. That is now going to craft a whole bunch of crap. And feed it into here. We need to output soldering alloy. Okay. That will take care of all of those, hopefully. Do we want to send off this Microminer now to test this out and make sure it works? This is what we need, although we can't... Wait, how do we get corrupted universe data? Oh, we can't get corrupted universe data yet anyway. We need the next tier of miner for that. What can we actually use this for? I guess just the neutronium for now? I think this is what we want this for. I think neutronium is like the only thing that we really need at the minute, and the gravistars. Is it gravistars or neutronium we need from this? Does it matter? We need to remove that. We're not so bothered about the quantum stars. Do we have any other sources of the gravistars? Okay, we can make the gravistars, but we need neutronium for them. So for now, I think we'll take. I think we will take that out of there, and we'll just leave the 4 neutronium in there as the main output. And then we also need to have that as an output as well. If we try and put that in there, and if we just for now request 8 neutronium, hopefully it needs UV power, doesn't it? And we currently only have LUV. Okay, so yeah, that's not gonna really work, is it? Oh no, we only need ZPM power. So if we go with just ZPM energy hatch, we do need to make the UV energy hatches today as well. What do you mean by messing around with stars, Hyena? I might need to add a few more crafters for automation. Come on. What do we need? What are we waiting on for this? Naquita alloy. Is that actually working? Where? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Reinforced epoxy resin sheets. Shouldn't take this long to craft. Oh, they were probably waiting for the LCR to become available. That would explain. This is why I don't like having things on crafting cards, because I never know if something is going to become unavailable or not. Because the crafting card's using it. Alright, we should be almost done with this. And then we probably should go and get the UV energy hatches sorted out. We're going to have to research those. I'm going to assume we're going to need a ZPM energy hatch to research the UV energy hatches. Yeah. So we will start another one of those crafting as well. Right, hopefully that's now working. It is. Perfect. No, it was just an item named the Gravistar, that's all. Right, we need a data module as well. I'm assuming we need a data module. We do. All right, so we need to make the trinium plated excavator, which was what, 5 of these. Where's this made? In here. So 5 of those. Oh, I think I started the warp engines crafting, but I guess not. Oh, I was going to add more crafting CPUs, wasn't I? Where do I want to put them? In these bits, I guess. I've only got 4 at the moment. If we had another 4, that should be fine. We just leave them with 64k crafting storage. They should never need more than that, I don't think. We should have crafting monitors. Actually, I think these will be better suited to be faced that way. At least we don't have to be, like, here to see it. Not that we ever look at these anyway, but... Right. I think before we start these... they have to be online before we can set them to automation only, apparently. And I need to rename them all as well. Although I think I'm going to rename all of them because I'd prefer to, like, these keep showing at the very top of here, and I would rather they didn't. I'd rather the other ones showed up there. So what can I name them that makes sense that we'll put them at the bottom? Right, if we just say... we do that... Actually, let's just name them... let's just not name them, like, actually have a number attached to them. Let's just name them that, and then we'll name the other ones, like, one manual. That way, provided they work based on... they not kind of organize it based on kind of normal ordering systems. One should go before 2. That is the plan. course, it's debatable whether this will actually work at all. Yeah, it's going to take a while before it actually renames them, I think. Oh, I never changed these ones. To automation only, apparently. Oops. Okay, well, there we go. Hopefully, eventually, the names of those will change. Right, are you stuck or are you actually working? Where are you getting made? In the chemical bath. Ah, you're stuck waiting for stars. Because I never actually upgraded that to a ZPM energy hatch. Hey, we've got our first neutronium ingots, though. Which is nice. Let's put those away. Where is the research? It's over here. That should research the UV energy hatch. We're actually processing anything at the moment. We are. More monazite. Ah, now it's going through the porous matrix. Right, we do need another ZPM energy hatch for this. I wonder if it's worth just upgrading all onto UV instead. No, I think this should be fine as ZPM. It'll just... going to be slow going. Right, is this actually working is the next question. Not really, because that's not pushing back out into there. Right, then that should hopefully... yeah, start going again. Perfect. Okay. We've got one of our 6 warp engines. It's a start. We need 2 more warp cores, 2 more warp controllers. There's the ZPM energy hatch. Two more of those, 2 more of those. All right. Yeah. Oh, let's go and change the energy hatch on... not that. On there. All right, that's those. We do need 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17 double trinium plates. Which we do not have a recipe for yet. I was say, I think it was 17 of these we needed. Right, we need quantum chests as well, which we don't have yet. As well as Naquita alloy frames. I'm assuming we probably don't have a recipe for the Naquita alloy frames. Hey, Twilight. We just need 2 of those, right? Yeah. We do already have a recipe for the Naquita alloy frames. We only need 2 of those as well. There's the double trinium plates. I want to say it was like that, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Need the ZPM field generator. I got the 2 quantum chests. I think we're there and there. Naquita alloy frames, which I think are there and there. Then we need 2 ZPM emitters and an abyssal energy core. We don't have abyssal energy cores yet. Okay, so we can't fully make this yet. We don't have Einsteinium yet. Okay, there's the rest of that neutronium that we ordered. Okay, we do need the Einsteinium. There is... I think that should be easy enough to do. I don't know. I think we're probably going to need this to be... Well, that's the wrong recipe, isn't it? That's the stabilized one. I think this is... we are going to need this to be passive for now, rather than active. And we do need to do a recipe for the microversal alchemistry, or microversal alchemy kit, rather. Which apparently we have nothing for at the moment, pretty much. We might have to passive this later. Depending on how much Einsteinium we need. Oh. I don't actually store any polyvinyl chloride as ingots or pulp. Well, that's awkward. Hmm. How am I going to fix that? So the minute up until this point, we've never needed anything but the PVC sheets. Or things that we can make from the PVC sheets. I guess we do this a little differently then. We don't output from there. And we just output the PVC into the ME system instead, then output from there into the solidifier to make the plates. I think that is probably... I've left my cell workbench somewhere. And I don't know where. Ah, there it is. Liquid polyvinyl chloride. Which means we're going to want to bring this up here. So we can turn this off. Right, and then we just need to... For some reason I had that filtered. I don't know why that was filtered. There we go. And then we just need to... filter that for polyvinyl chloride. Make sure that that's actually going to go in. Yeah, it is. We might have to upgrade some of these machines now as well. I think I am going to actually filter this though. So we just keep a bucket in there at any given time, just because I need these at the moment. Right, okay, hopefully that should work. If we start running out of polyvinyl chloride sheets, I'll know it hasn't. Right, so we need to do that for large pipe. And then that's how we can solidify it into ingots. And I think all of those are just pattern provider recipes. All of that should be fine. Don't know how long that will take to run through there. If we request, say, 64 of those, uncraftable. Where are you needing a potion? Why are you needing a potion? Oh, it needs it needs awkward potions for it. And that actually needs to be in an assembler as well. Okay, that's easy enough. Although, do we have netherwort? We don't have any netherwort. We are going to have to go and sort that out. The rest of that's easy enough to do, though. Just use single block machine for it. Honestly, this is probably something I should passive rather than doing this, but in fact, that's probably a better idea. Never going to need to store much of this, but so a 1K drive should do. Here in the end, get in there. We've still got a little way to go yet, though. We've still got, well, we've still got an entire kind of quest tab to go. If you give me a second, I'll show you how much. Yeah, we are currently in late game. We've still got a bit more to do on that. We've still got, like, kind of this section here to do, and the Mote of Omnium, and then we've got the whole of the end game bit to do. So we've still got a little bit left. But we are getting there. Slowly. Right, we're going to have to go through to the nether and find a nether fortress. I'm assuming that's going to be our best bet for getting nether wart. I hope it goes well, Zodo. Yeah, looks like we are going to have to go to the nether. Did we spot... There's no nether fortress anywhere. Can we get it from the nether wall blocks? Only if we make a multi-servo press. Really? If I can find some... Oh, never mind. There we go. That'll do. I hope so, Zodo. There we go. I'm assuming we can just put this in a greenhouse with water. Yeah. Right, let's go and stick this in the greenhouse. That should be like 16 every 8 seconds. Should be more than enough. Hey, buddy. How you doing? Ah. Can I put this in a cell in order to put it onto the monitor? Yes, good. Okay, there we go. That's that. Right, hopefully that will work. Yes, it does. Good. Perfect. Okay, so Einsteinium, if we request 64 of those. Still 110 seconds for that. That's not too bad, though. It could be worse. Right, so the Abyssal Energy Core just needs to go in ZPM Assembler. That should be fine. Do need to make a recipe for crystals of that. We've only got the block at the moment. Right, we need to wait till we've got the first stabilized Einsteinium back before we can do this. So otherwise it's going to request another 16 of them. Oh, we should have the UV energy hatches research done now, at least. So hopefully we have everything we need for that. Which is going to have to go into there for now. Okay, I've got the first Einsteinium. If we request an abyssal energy core, we should be good. And if we request the UV energy hatch, oh, we can get our first one of those. All right, so we need those, and we need to be able to get to the Hadal shards, but we can't do those. Wait, there was a reason we couldn't do those. What was it? Oh, we can get them, but we can't get the ones where we get 48 out of it. But we can still get the Hadal shards. Okay, so I need to make a recipe for that as well. It's not the stabilized one we need, it's this one. So we should have everything we need for this. I think. We can get rid of that. This does come back broken as well, unfortunately, but that's fine. Okay, we haven't got the Lair of the Warden data either. Okay, that requires stuff that we don't have. Oh, we have got the Deep Dog data. But it's going to require us to do this mission first beforehand. Okay. We're also going to have to put that as the return item instead. Just need to remember not... Oh, wait a minute. I needed to flip the outputs there, didn't I? But the Hadal shard was first. We need to not request that yet, though. I got 31 Einsteinium. Was there something I was crafting as well, like before this, that finished and I didn't notice? Oh, it was the Abyssal energy core, wasn't it? That's right. So we needed that. We should have the ZPM field generator now as well. Which we also needed. And the emitters. Oh, we need 2 ZPM field generators. Okay, that's fine. Why are you taking a while? What is taking the time for you? Oh, right. I remember why that's not working. This should be the last time we need to use this, at least. Once we've got this, we can stick it down in the assembler at the bottom, and we can use the multi-block for it, for the UV recipes as well. Right, and then we take that back to there. Why are you not working? Oh, because you actually need to be in the assembly line and not in here. That would explain that. I mean, it makes sense that it needs to be in the assembly line, given that we needed to do the research for it. That means we're going to need to duplicate that a couple of times. Remember where we put the assembly lines. Oh, there's the stabilized things. Then put these into here. And make sure we add the energy hatch to the filters. Actually, can we may as well... I think we used a 4 amp energy hatch. 4 amp ZPM on here. Yeah, so if we do... Do we want to do a 4 amp UV? Or do we just want to keep it as a UV one? No, we'll just keep it as UV for now. Should be fine. We can upgrade it later if we need to. Hopefully this should be working. That's concern. Oh, right, no, it's not going to be working yet, is it? Put the data in there. There we go. 40 seconds. Right, while we're waiting for that, we can get rid of all those. Adal shards. What did we need for that? We were still missing the layer of the warden data, weren't we? Which the only way we can get this is this mission. Crap. Didn't mean to do that. There's a UV energy hatch. Okay, so if we request a layer of the warden data, 120 seconds. That's actually not too bad. And we'll go and put this in the assembler. This will allow us to do UV recipes in the multi-block now. Now, the only thing is... we don't have a lot of space in there. Okay, none of those require... fluids. These two do. That needs to be on circuit 1, though. Which that should be fine in. I think. Should be fine. I hope. I guess we'll see. Right, layer of the warden data should... oh, wait, I've just... is that going to work? Is that going to work okay? Are we going to run into any issues with this? No, doesn't look like it. Although that will now be getting repaired. Right, so if we request the Hadal shards now, can we do that? Yes. If we can get our first 4 Hadal shards... there we go. Claim that. We need to do the recipe for these as well, and also... also got to get UV... there's a whole bunch of stuff we need to get here, basically. First things first, though, we need to do these. Quantum Fluxed Eternium Heavy Plating. I think everything in here should be pretty easy to do. And... I actually need to change that recipe, don't I? So we need to take the Krypton out. And that can be in... there. So if we just request, I don't know, 8 of those for now. Hopefully, that won't take too long. Just waiting on the cores. Come on. Anytime today. Somehow I haven't messed this up somehow. I've messed it up somehow. I've got Krypton in there. EBF. Oh, I know why. Because we do need a UV energy hatch in there. We may, since we're doing that at UHV normally, we may as well use this 4-amp energy hatch for this. Hopefully everything works okay. It should do. Yeah, that was the one. That was actually the one recipe I was concerned that wasn't going to work. But that seems to be working fine. Did I just put a single energy hatch in here? I can't remember. I did just put a single energy hatch in there. 16 MZPM one, in fact. Right. I didn't check to see how long the Hadal shard that's we're going to be. I have a feeling that these aren't going to be working either. Because I have a feeling that these probably require... Oh, no, it is running. I was going to say, I have a feeling these are probably going to require UV energy, but apparently not. I think I do need to change that recipe, though, because I think it also had other outputs in there as well. Yeah, it had the warden tendrils, and I don't need those on there. I did, however, need the crystal matrix thing. That should have stayed there. Hopefully that is getting fixed now. It is. Good. There we go. We've got our first Hadal shards. We've got our 4 amp energy hatch. There we go. There's that quest completed. I'm on completely the wrong side, aren't I? Yeah, we switch this out for 4 amp UV. And there we go. That's doing 8 of those in 10 seconds. Not bad. There we go. Our first quantum fluxed eternium heavy plating. I have no doubt we'll need more of that soon. We still need to do the rest of this, which we needed one more field generator for. And what else do we need with this? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 19 double naquita alloy plates. Those are going to take a while. What did I say? Was 18, I think? So 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 19. So the names of these still haven't updated yet. They're still doing what they're supposed to be doing. How long does the naquita alloy take? Not very long, apparently. I think that was it finished. We're kind of keeping up with that. There we go. So we've got the field generator. did I miss with this? Ah, the 2 microminer guidance systems. And that should be everything we need for the tier 8.5 microminer. Perfect. How many money coins do I actually have now? Kind of curious if I can... I think these are still in... The only thing still in drawers. Or one of the only things still in drawers. Yeah. Is there a way you can turn these into... Ah, like that. Okay. So we got... How many of those? 102. So that's... What? 1,200? Money dollars? It's not bad. Probably never going to use those. Okay. So what's next? We still need to do this. The UHV circuit. So we do need one more UV circuit. And a data module. So that we can scan that. That'll give us our first UHV circuit. I want to see if I can send out one of, or a few of those microminer missions. Because some of these are going to be kind of used for like these ones, the Dollarcite ones and the Darmstadite ones. Because these are going to give us europium and geranium, as well as some sphalerite, apparently. Yeah, europium, geranium, and some sphalerite. Those two are both finished. And then the Darmstadite is going to give us rhodium sulfate and Darmstadium, as well as some more rare earths as well, which is never a bad thing. And the Darmstadite can be electrolyzed into Darmstadium and sulfur. What about the Dollarcite? What could that be? That could be electrolyzed into more geranium and chlorine. So, a lot of things that we kind of do want there. Am I on the right side there? I am. Ah. Needs a UV energy hatch. That explains that. Right, let's see if we can set up some... Let's try not to click the wrong buttons, Church. Some recipes for these. These at least do not get destroyed. We should have the gemstone sensors available. We'll only ever have 16 of them available at any given time, but that should be fine. We're never going to send out more than that. If we're doing the Dollarcite, that needs Warden Tendrils. We should have dilithium. Quantum Flux should be fine. We'll need to do the blocks of Naquita, but that's okay. And we'll need to do the geranium drill heads and the elite drilling kits, but otherwise that should be easy enough. That's that. Blocks of Naquada. Are sorted. And then just the elite drilling kits. Only thing we're missing is carbon fiber plates. Where are these made again? Oh, hang on. There's our energy hatch. Just in an assembler. I think I've got lubricant sent out to that anyway. And that is no circuit. Let's make sure I do have lubricant down there. I do not. I really should set this on to a stocking bus, but... And that is no circuit, right? Let's just make sure that will work. There we go, that's better. And that did work, perfect. Okay, so that recipe should now be fine. Although we need to do that. And this one... We just need to do the blocks of Raridit, and it should be fine. So if we just request one of those... 240 seconds. Okay. So we're still waiting on this. What is the circuit we actually need to make? Oh, it is. This is the circuit we need to make. All right, let's get the recipe for that in where it needs to go. That's not the right recipe. When can I make the complex SMDs? Everything else is fine. Where is it? It's over the other side. Of course it is. You are still going?
Oh, I see. Running away,
Nope, you're
eh?
done.
You yellow bastard!
Alright, Panda, enjoy the lurk. So if we request one of those... oh, do I have enough power going into those? We should have UV power coming through them, which I'm hoping is all that we need. Yeah. That should be our first UHV circuit. What am I missing from this? From starting this? Oh, right. We just need all the element things for it. That's fine. Right, Hadal warp engines. How many of these do we need? Ooh, that looks cool. There's tier 10, the tier 9. We need 2 of them for that. Let's see if we can actually make these. Yeah, there's a couple of things we still need to do the recipes for, but mostly everything's there. So we just need to do the Hadal energy cores and the Cryococcus frames. I'm going to assume these are going to take Hadal shards, so we should be... Ah, okay. We also need Omnium bolts, which means we need Omnium first. Okay, so we need to start on this then. That's fine. That's okay. We were going to need to do that sooner or later anyway. We may as well get it done now. Right, if we just make the stack that it wants for now, we're just going to have to go through and get everything together. And this is going to be the most items I'll ever have had. On my bookmarks bar at any given time. Not usually a fan of putting stuff on the bookmarks bar. At least this will allow us to keep track of what we have and what we don't. Although I guess we can just put it into here and it would be fine. Right, we'll start with the tiny piles of nether stars. I'm assuming we just macerate a nether star for that. Oh, we don't need that. Thank you very much. Almost out of space in the macerator as well. Right, so we need... 256 of those. I'm pretty sure we need... It wants a stack of motes of omnium for this. I don't know if this is shaped or shapeless. Oh, it is shapeless. So it doesn't really matter too much. Okay, so solidified hydrogen. And solidified helium. So solidified hydrogen. Solidified helium. Good day, life. How you doing? Solidified hydrogen, solidified helium. And then we need lithium. And then beryllium ingots. Actually don't have a ton of beryllium.
Not sure if I have shared my September sub yet.
Not sure. I feel like you might have done, but thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. Why did I leave? I left a... Oh, I remember why I left a gap there. So Lissy and Yarn could be next to each other. Maybe you didn't. What's your IGN again, Mark? I'm guessing you haven't. Same as here. There you are. Next to Ziddick. There you go. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Trying out MC Eternal 2. It's kind of cool so far. I had a brief look at it and wasn't overly impressed with what I saw. I think I closed it down and uninstalled it. I can't remember why it was either. Anyway, there's carbon dust. Then we need to do solidified nitrogen. Solidified oxygen. Solidified fluorine. Solidified neon. All right, so what do we need? Nitrogen first. Then oxygen. Then fluorine. Then nitrogen, oxygen, and fluorine. And then neon. Yes, I've been doing searches through the budding crystals. We've had them running pretty much constantly since we got to the HV. Did I miss something here with the mote of omnium? Or is that right? Yeah, that's right. Right. So then we need sodium and magnesium. And then aluminium ingots. Pretty sure we've got enough of those. And then silicon dust, phosphorus. Silicon, phosphorus, and sulfur. That should take us to the end of that row. Yep. And then chlorine and argon. I'm pretty sure I already have argon there. Just need to do solidified chlorine as well. Where's chlorine? There it is. But yeah, I'll show you my setup for the Certus quartz. Are you playing the pack as well, Mark? Yeah, this is my setup for the Certus course. This gets both the dust and the crystals just by filtering what these store. Right, so that was chlorine and argon, potassium and calcium. Ooh. I feel like my potassium might need to be sorted out storage-wise. Oh no, we've got enough space for it. That's fine. Trying to get AE going, but keeping enough certs is a pain. Yeah, it can be. Like once you get to HV and you can get to like that's the one thing I would rush I would certainly rush HV for. Is to get to the I think it's the chemical bath you need for the flawless budding certs quartz. Yeah, autoclave, sorry. And that'll give you a flawless one. That makes life so much easier. Oh, I do not have vanadium ingots yet. Until then, though, the other thing I would suggest would be just buying the There are Certus veins in the Nether, or you can also just buy the Certus quartz. Like you, I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but I didn't use like the majority of my coins, so it'll give you something to use them on. Right, I do need to make sure I can have the manganese craftable. We can just smelt that. It's definitely worth it until you can get to. I would honestly suggest if you're planning on making a large ME system, I would suggest getting the HV autoclave as early as you can, just because it makes life considerably easier. And you can just set it up and then never have to think about it again. At least that's the way it went for me. Gallium ingots. Why am I Oh, I'm storing vanadium gallium ingots. Oh, I am down to only 49,000 gallium, though, which is not a huge amount. Where are we? 64. And then arsenic. Only 4,000 arsenic as well, which, again, not a huge amount. I have got a ton of cobaltite dust, though, so I may as well actually start processing that. I'll get some more cobalt as well, which I think we were somewhat short on. You miss making the surge through the seeds? It definitely had its charm, but it was also a little bit annoying as well, I found. I think, like, overall, I think I do prefer the current method, but it's just, it's a little bit... I don't know. It's got nostalgia value to doing it with the seeds. And yttrium. Don't have yttrium ingots. Of course we don't. No, that's not. How did I get over here? I have no idea. Right. And... okay, that's going to have to go through the rotary hearth furnace. There's the yttrium. Niobium. Again, I don't think I have niobium ingots craftable yet. Yeah, so helium should be fine. There's still a couple. I think there's a couple of things that we may not have available with this. Oh, what's the point? Have we had our dolosite back? We did. I wanted to do a few of those as well. Looks like that process. Still haven't done anything with the cobalt oxide. There we go. We've got geranium dust, dolosite dust, and europium dust. And those are the only ones we're going to have that we don't currently have. Why is that taking so long? That's actually not a bad way at all to get geranium and europium. The missions take a while, but it's not too bad at all. And I think we just have to smelt the geranium. Yeah. I wonder if it's worth... just straight up, just instantly smelting like the geranium. Do I need the geranium dust for anything else? Yeah, I do need it for a few things, so we probably don't want to do that. Nice if you get europium through the monazite line. It would be nice. I think it would break the progression a little bit, though. You'd be able to get... Because you can get monazite... Unless they stuck monazite a lot further back, you'd be able to get europium way earlier than you realistically should. In terms of progression. I'm not going to process the dollarite yet, I don't think. Especially since we're going through the cobaltite still. Anyway, right, where do we get to? Niobium. Did I already get that in there? Yeah. Right, so molybdenum. I'm pretty sure we won't have molybdenum ingots available. Molybdenum disilicide, but not molybdenum. Oh, looks like we might just need to smelt it, though. Which is nice. Rare earth line is ZPM, so if it fits there, it would not cause any progression problems. I mean, it's not like it would cause problems as such, but I think if you can start stockpiling europium early, it kind of breaks I guess it breaks the progression in the sense that your first method of getting europium is, I think, supposed to be through the fusion reactors. And if you can get it even before fusion reactors, it would feel a little bit, to me at least, it would feel a little broken. And rare earth you can process considerably earlier, I think, than ZPM. Although you can process the rare earth, but I guess you can't actually go through the full processing line. Which I still haven't done, actually, come to think of it. It's something I've not actually thought about doing yet. You get more... You get cerium. That actually might not be the worst idea. I'm guessing this is our first place to get terbium as well. Anyway. V, thank you for the hydrate. I need ruthenium. Wait, we got... Damn. Is that mission just considerably quicker than the other one? Oh, no, it's still 240 seconds. Actually, when is it that we first get to the... Oh, I haven't even thought about the exotic materials catalyst yet. We'll do that one later. We'll do that one at the end. Right, palladium. I would have thought that would be in the middle, though. Why is... Right, okay, that actually bugs me a little bit. Why is that not in the middle? I mean, I know this is a shapeless recipe, so it doesn't matter, but... That feels like it should be in the middle, and the fact that they've put it in the recipe one off the middle, kind of triggering a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm also going to put a piece of cobblestone in there for the time being, just so I can still shift click stuff in. Palladium, silver, cadmium. Indium. How do we make indium ingots? Please tell me we just smelt it. We do. Perfect. Than purely to wind up streamers? That would not surprise me. Although I imagine it would wind up a lot more than just streamers. I think the antimony ingots we just smelt, right? Yeah. Once we've gone through all this as well, the good thing is we should just be able to set this up to request them. Cesium, barium. I've got a lot of barium. Oh, borides. Oh, we've got plenty of boride, so we can get more barium if we need it. Lanthanum. And cerium. Neodymium. Shit. Neodymium, samarium. Ooh. I wish you could set priorities on, like, specific recipes. So I could basically, for the europium, say, if I have europium dust in the system, use that and smelt that for the ingots. If not, then use the fluids. Or vice versa. Although I think I'd rather use the fluid anyway. I do want to see... That should be crafting more europium at the moment. That's making geranium. Yeah, it is still doing europium. Good. Samarium, europium. Lutetium is the one thing that we don't have yet. That's going to have to be replaced with cobblestone for a minute as well. Lutetium. How do we get to lutetium again? Oh, right. It's, okay, that's actually not too bad. Mark II fusion reactor isn't currently being used for anything, is it? No. Okay. So let's just do a recipe for those for now. Luciella, welcome. Or welcome back, should I say. How you doing? Alright, so we need that. Which means we need that liquidized variants of those. So that. Oh, come on. I have to do it from the ingots? Really? I'm just hoping that this can make the stuff that we need to make this quickly enough for it not to cause any problems with it. The Fusion reactor turning off and on again. I think we should be fine, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That won't turn off before it's done. Okay, so lutetium's coming in. Tantalum. Okay, I'm not going to lie. That's coming in a lot quicker than I thought it would. Tantalum, we just smelt. Tungsten, we should already have. Osmium. Also already got. Iridium. Also already got. Platinum we should already have. Gold we definitely have. That lutetium is coming in a lot quicker than I thought it would. So mercury, lead. How many lead bolts have we got now? Actually, I thought there would be more than that. Honestly. There's the lutetium. And now bismuth. Of course, we don't have an ingot for that yet. That's just smeltable, though. That's good. I have no idea how many of these motes of omnium we're going to need. I'm guessing lots. Solidified radon. Do I still have thorium left, actually? That's a good question. I should do. Oh yeah, we've got plenty. We're fine. Becky, thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. I appreciate it. Okay. So thorium. Looks like we just have to smelt the thorium dust. And then stabilized uranium. There we go. Stabilized neptunium. What are we going to use for that? I'm assuming 237 is going to be our best option since we have a shitload of it. I'm assuming this goes in the solidifier as well. Yeah. Stabilize Neptunium. No, you are all good. I hope you feel better soon, Quiet. Oh, and I think there's a happy stream anniversary for yesterday. If I remember rightly. I think I saw that in your stream title. But feel better soon. Right, Curium. What do we have the most of Curium-wise? Ooh, what are we not using Curium-wise then is probably a better option here. What are we not using? HEN236, that's... So we're using 246 and whatever the other one is. 246 we seem to be getting more of. But what are we making here? 245. So we're using 245 and 246 there. And we're using 247 there. So we haven't got a ton of Curium. But the 246 and 247 we seem to be kind of backing up on. So whichever one we have the most of, I guess we use. Although 245, we've got a bunch stored up there. So where are we getting that from? That's just... Not even sure what we're... What are we putting through there? HECM 245. No, we're not getting any Curium from that. Where are we getting Curium from? The Curium 245 from that we're... So 246 and 247. Oh wait, are we getting Curium 245 from here? From HEP 241. Ah, okay, so we're getting Curium 245 from there that's not being used. So do we go with that? Or do we go with... Actually, don't know. Are we even getting anything through here now at the minute? The only... I'm a little concerned that we've run out of... Have we ran out of uraninite? I thought we were supposed to be getting that in... from one of the Microminer missions. Oh, we've run out of basic drilling kits? Okay, what are we missing from these? What have we run out of? So glass, motors... Got the LV circuits. We've run out of glue. Of all things. How have I run out of glue? Ah, that's the wrong side. That's also the wrong side. How did I run out of glue? Oh, because this stopped, didn't it? And this stopped because we backed up on liquid rubber. Okay, what we actually want to do here, I think, is redo this. Like, we're not even really bothered about the raw rubber pulp, I don't think, anymore. Although we do still use rubber, I think, for some things. We've got plenty of sticky resin, though. Okay, so if we just make a centrifuge and chemical reactor, we'll do them as EVs. Hopefully we should have both of those. Alright, yeah, let's just redo the whole way we do this. It's probably going to be a better idea. Okay, so actually, let's leave that there. Hey, Spirited, how you doing? Actually, I guess I do go bring it over from there, otherwise it's going to look awkward. Okay, so centrifuging this is going to give us a small chance of plant balls. Actually, a reasonably high chance of plant balls now. And glue and the raw rubber pulp. I think we're just going to output all of it to an interface. And then we'll use another interface to input into there. I'm assuming I don't have storage for raw rubber pulp at the moment. Time to make the biggest distillation tower so far. Which is that for? Is that the light oil, by any chance? Light or heavy oil? Distilling severely steam cracked naphtha. Ah. Makes sense. Alright, let's... How did I go down this tangent again? I was making stuff for the motes of Omnium. How have I suddenly gone to this? Can't actually remember. Sticky resin. I'm glad I found that I noticed this, otherwise it would have been a while before I actually noticed something was amiss with this. Okay, do we need... Nope, don't need a circuit. I don't need that gone, do we? If we just put a machine controller on there. And I think I'm going to do one on there as well, actually. I think we need to make sure we keep a certain amount of sticky resin in there, because I can't remember for the life of me if there's anything else that uses it. I want this to emit a signal so long as sticky resin is over, say, 4096. That needs a signal to run, and this... if we have over... Actually don't know how much storage I've got for rubber. Okay, 8,000 buckets, basically. So this should keep going regardless until it drops below a certain amount of sticky resin. I guess we could also shut it off if there is enough rubber as well, because we don't want to kind of go overboard with rubber. Or with glue, rather. So if we turn it off as well, if there is over, say, 8,000 buckets of glue. Right, okay. I've become glueless. I mean, I've been glueless for a while, I think. This does explain why we ran out of uraninite, though. Hopefully now that will be going. It is. Perfect. So that explains why I ran out of uraninites. I'm still not sure what I want to use curium-wise. Like, we're using 245 and 246 in there. And 246, 247 in there. So all the different types of curium we are using, except for 243, but we don't get 243 from anywhere. So I guess we go with, which is the one that we're getting as a byproduct over here, but not using. It was curium 245, wasn't it? So I guess we use curium 245 for the time being. Anyway. I mean, that only... crafting 64 of them only uses 16 of it, so it's actually not too bad. All things considered. And then Berkelium. Berkelium is the one that we don't really have a lot of at all. But after this point, I don't think we use Berkelium anyway. And it is kind of, I think it is an 8-to-1 on the... Yeah, it's 8-to-1 when you turn it into the solidified stuff, so... It's not too bad. We're going to have to request more Einsteinium as well, since we've only got 63 at the moment. Californium. Again, I'm not sure what we're going to use for the Californium. Because with the Californium, we need to use some of this later in order to make actinium, I believe. But I'm not sure what I was planning on using for the actinium. I mean, this would be the ideal one. using HECF 251 would be the ideal thing. So that gets us the most. That would use 252 and 251. That would leave 249. So, but 251 and 252 are the ones we have the most of. But we'll go with the 249 for now, I think. Again, it's only going to use 16 of it for the time being, so to make a stack. And we can always switch out what we use later on. And when you found out you were glueless, everything was falling apart. Yeah, I unironically can very much relate to that right now. We also now have all this Darmstadtite that we can process as well, which we are going to do now. And that should get us a few more bits in here. Like rhodium sulfates. Is that... Okay. We'll just store that for the time being. Actually, how much did we get from that? How many raw ores did we get? I think it went through... I requested 512 and it went through... So it would have gone through 2 missions, so... 896 ores. I'm curious how much we'll get from it. So that was rhodium sulfate dust. Statium dust. And darmstadite dust. Holy shit. Lots. Is the answer to that. We got lots. Have we finished going through that now? I think we've finished going through that now as well. Yeah, we're on to the pitch blend. Speaking of which, what do I actually... Yeah, so we've got, like, from that 896, we got over 1,300 darmstadium dust. Which is not bad. And with the darmstadite, we can get even more out of it, so... That's fucking fantastic. And we'll output the darmstadite. To here as well. I really should change that out for a stocking bus. But then we can't shut it off when we need to. Anyway, that will give us... Wait, what does that give us from when we output that? Oh, sulfur and darmstadium. Right, okay. Cool. Right, so... Do I stick with the dust for darmstadium? And get rid of the fusion reactor recipe. I think I get rid of the fusion reactor recipe for now. And just use that recipe. I might regret that later. I don't know. We'll see. We need 64 darmstadium. Oh wait, that still haven't done the Einsteinium, have we? We should have that in now, though. Yeah, there we go. That's the Einsteinium. And then we should just have, yeah, tritanium, geranium, trinium, and naquadah. I did make 512 tritanium ingots before the start of the stream, so thankfully we have that. Geranium, we'll just use the liquid since we have that passively generating anyway. So we can use that for the geranium. Trinium, we've got plenty of. And just naquadah. And then... there we go. It's naquadah. And then just the replacement for the cobblestone. Which we need... Shit, I didn't mean to get rid of that. All these things. So, nichrome, red steel, canthal, magnesium, mithril, manulin, enderium, blue steel, microversium, vanadium steel, rhodium-plated aluminum, palladium, fluxed electrum, dark solarium, crystal matrix, N steel, electrical steel, signalum, vibrant alloy, solarium, HSSE, dark steel, HSSG, ruridite, HSSS, and energetic alloy. So we're, even with all this, we're not quite done with the motes of omnium yet. So these are done in one of these. You know what? Let's, for this one, since we actually have the recipe there, I will make the other one of these tables. So we can put the mote of omnium recipe in there as well. But for right now, this one should do. Think of the sheer number of operations and setups we put together in these mega packs and only missing a handful of things. I'd say we're doing a lot better than being glueless. In fairness, yeah. I would probably say we are. It's one of the things I like about being, like, making sure I spend the time to set up infrastructure as I go. You get to stages like this and you pretty much have everything you need. Right, let's see what we're going to be missing. And the fact that we're only missing 3 things from this. Manulin, Magnalium, and red steel. Let's just get rid of all of this. And just put those ones in. Manulin. Magnalium. And red steel. Right, what I'm actually going to do, though, is I'm going to make sure... Yeah, okay, so that is literally all we're going to be missing, then. Is those 3 things. Okay, so Manulin. Those should all be fine. And those go in the mixer. Into there. I do need to make sure that I have a stack of each of these things in here as well, I think. So I'm actually going to make a stack of each of the items and then craft the thing. Because I have a feeling... we're still going to be a few things short. I wish it told us which dependencies we still needed. With these. I guess I should go through and collect all of these. Rather than just showing us all of the requirements. Because each of these wants you to have a stack of the item in your hand. And we've obviously done that with the rest of them. Alright, we got any... I think we're done on there. That's 51 different ones we had. Okay, so... we are still going to have to go through all of these and get the stack of everything, aren't we? So let's put everything back again. Can we keep religious chat out of chat, please? It is a very divisive subject, and that's not what we want in the chat. Thank you very much. Right, nichrome. Red steel. Thank you, V. We do actually have red steel craftable already. There's nichrome. Red steel. Canthal, we should already have. Magnalium is the next one that we didn't have, wasn't it? That is in a mixer with circuit 1. And we just smelt that. We do. There seems to have been an influx of essentially bots recently and people posting weird shit. What is school out at the moment or something? Mithril might take a little bit. Oh no, never mind. Ignore me. Right, Manulin. I mean, it kind of makes sense, V, I guess. Right, 64 Manulin. Enderium, we know we already have. Blue steel. Have you been playing much Minecraft recently, V, or are you still on a RimWorld kick at the moment? RimWorld in 7 days. Oh yeah, you said you'd started Darkness Falls, didn't you? Having issues with inventory after dying, backpacks aren't spawning in. That doesn't sound good. Waiting anxiously for Undead Legacy. I've not played any 7 days in a while. I kept hearing such bad kind of feedback from the latest versions that I've kind of stayed away from it. Crystal Matrix ingots might take a little bit of time. Smoothie thing is the biggest myth I guess people have. It's not that awful, honestly. They've from what I've heard, like they basically completely fucked up the game. From what I heard, there was a lot of people that there was a lot of things that a lot of people were not happy with. Signalum. Oh, there's a dark solarium. Got end steel, got electrical steel. There's the signalum. Vibrant alloy. The crystal matrix ingots are going to take a while, I think. But dude, there were a lot of things. I mean, the people that I watch, like the YouTubers that I watch, that had a lot to say about it. Guns, Nerds, and Steel, I think is name one of them, and Joe Oodle. Both of them are very big in the within the 7 Days to Die kind of content creator community. Both of them both of them basically stopped playing it, and they've been playing it for as long as they can remember, pretty much. As long as it's been around. So there was obviously something there that they didn't like. I don't know what it is. Like I say, I haven't played it enough recently to say, but there was obviously something that stopped two of the biggest content creators wanting to make content on it. But there was just like lots of little changes with with the direction they were going. I know Joe Oodle at least has started playing the old alpha versions instead of playing the most recent version. People are still pissed off about the jars not being a thing anymore. I know that was a thing. Okay, we're just going to be waiting a while for these last few things. Let's claim this lot. I think we are starting to get very, very close to the end game now. Obviously still a very long way to go, but we are closing in on the end game. I'm hoping we get to infinite power pretty much before the end game. Yeah, I think the only thing we're waiting on now is the crystal matrix ingots. And we're halfway through that now. Right, while we're waiting, let's see if we can make another one of or make the better version of the ultimate crafting table. This. That's what I'm looking for. If we make one of those. And then what I will do, I think, I'll move all of this stuff back into the ME system, and then we'll craft it using the, make sure we can get it crafted using the, using the automation. Words are hard today, apparently. So make that. Do I already have black steel plates? No, apparently not. There we go. All right, and we need a packager and an unpackager. And then we'll put these down here. That's true, Wolfie. That is true. Right, we're nearly there with the crystal matrix ingots. I guess I'll move all of this back into here now anyway. And I'm pretty sure that everything in here is craftable as well. Well, everything that isn't, we don't already have kind of passively generating. There we go. There's our stack of crystal matrix ingots. Did that unlock everything that we need to unlock for this? No. What? What am I still missing? I've literally had a stack of every item in my inventory. I'm guessing it's that, but so there's something we're missing. What is it? Oops. So at least put it in the right recipe slot. No, the singularity is what we're trying to unlock the... Oh, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Maybe. Hold on, give me a second. You might be right. If we save that... We might have to make that first, actually, you're right. Does it want us to make... Oh, well, we have everything for 64 of them anyway, and we need to make 64 of them. Oh, yeah, I forgot that these take forever to actually package, don't they? When you're doing a lot of them. This is why you want multiple of these, I guess. Because they have to package them all, and then move them from there into here to unpackage them. There's a way of you having like a kind of a proxy for those, I believe. I can't remember how it's done, though. I need to have a look into that. Because there is a way of kind of splitting this task between multiple things. No, I switched them out for... Because I knew I was going to need to get back into these bits. I switched them out for... thing. There we go. Now it's doing its thing. Rightly there. I think I only wanted one of those for that, but... Do you now... Okay, you have now unlocked that. Perfect. Right. Now, we wait for... Actually, hold on. Let me have a look at the packaged auto mod page on CurseForge. See if it tells me anything about... No. They do have a link to their Discord, but that's it. And there's no wiki page on the GitHub. I want to know if there's a way... Basically, I want to know if there is a way to... basically run that through the packaging through multiple things. Because there's it's another one of those mods where there's no documentation for it. What the fuck does a packaging provider do? Like there's no documentation there at all. I wonder if... I'm curious. If I just add another packager and copy the recipe data, will this work? So if we do that and then add, because these don't actually need to be connected, I don't believe. If we add that, I really hope this doesn't break anything. Aha! Okay, so you can parallelize the packaging. Good to know. I'm assuming this will work as intended. And it will just basically package them all and then stick all the packages into here. That being there is really fucking annoying. Like that sorting button there. Because we can't see what's behind. I think it's just the blocking mode disabling. But... Okay, so we know if we start needing to package more things later, we can just add more packages. Alright, this will give us our first motes of omnium. What do we actually do with our first motes of omnium, is the next question. Ah, we are going to need an implosion compressor. If we want to get omnium nuggets. And each one of these is only going to give us one nugget of omnium. I think there is... Yeah, once you get the omnic data, you can make as much as you want. In the subatomic digital assembly, which we're a long way off at the moment. But holy shit, that is... Yikes. There we go, we're getting our first motes of omnium. Is there... There's got to be a better way to process these to get more out of them, surely. The LCR gets... An LCR with carbon and water gets you omnic acid dust. Which we can't really do anything with at the moment, so there we go. Our first, I think that's our first completed chapter. That's our first completed chapter. Is when we get the mote of omnium. There we go. Okay. Well, that's the motes of omnium. I guess from here we need to make the implosion compressor, because this looks to be the only way to deal with this at the moment. The implosion compressor is like an autoclave that uses explosions instead of water. It's the only way to turn some gem dust into gemstones. However, for gemstones like apatite, it's much more efficient to use an autoclave with distilled water. It's also vital for processing motes of omnium. So after combining several dozen ingots worth of material into a mote of omnium, that mote can be further compressed into a metallic form workable like many of the metals that comprise it. This metallic omnium is used throughout UEV, but is very expensive to make. If only there were a better way. Well, that's the thing. There is, when you get omnic data. We've just got the first 64 motes. So we've worked on omnium, I guess. We just about to work on the implosion compressor so we can actually do something with the motes of omnium. How you doing, mate? Right, so it is just TNT we can use. Why can't you let us use tiny TNT? And gelatoluene. Holy shit, I don't think we're going to have any sugar, you know. I think that's what we're going to be missing for this. Oh, we can just turn 100 millibuckets of toluene into gelatoluene. And then 4 of those plus some nitration mixture will give us industrial TNT. Sam Mackie, yeah, welcome. How you doing? So 1 bucket for 20 if we do it this way. Or 1 bucket for 10 if we do it that way, but it's easier. I'd rather do it the chemical reactor way. All we need is sugar and polyethylene pulp. Which should be easy enough to get. Yeah, we've got ingots. Yeah, let's do it that way instead. So we're going to need that. And then we're going to need that. So we're going to need to be able to get the sugar and the polyethylene pulp, but that's fine. Polyethylene pulp will just macerate. If we can find the polyethylene ingots. Did I just miss the ingots somewhere, or can we not macerate the ingots? Oh, no, there's the ingot maceration one. Okay, that works. All right. Some kind of wireless power transfer. How do you mean?
Meatweasel gifted a tier 1 sub to Noob 342.
Mate, thank you for that gift, sub, man. Going to Noob as well. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? I feel like we've got you in here already this month, haven't we? We can steal you. There we go. And the second gifted sub this month as well. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. There you go. There we go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Next to Mark. Alright, we do need sugar as well, which means we need sugar cane, which we unsurprisingly have a shitload of. Alright, there's macerator, and we are out of space in the macerator as well. Right, so first of all, gelid toluene. Are you going to work? Yes, you are. And then TNT. Beautiful. Okay. Right, so we can make TNT. That gives you that way you don't have to mess around with cancelling stuff all the time. That makes sense. It does make life a lot easier. Right, and the implosion compressor is going to be nice and easy to make. Wait, is there a larger one? There's an implosion collider. Ooh, do I want to make that? Can we make this? Sturdy HSSE machine casing. I don't think we've had to make that yet. Anyway, the quest book does want us to make the implosion compressor. So I guess we should probably make that. We'll do a recipe for it. I can't imagine we're ever going to need more than one of them, but you never know. Depends what the end game has to offer. I should probably actually request some more Hadal shards while I'm at it. I request another... Oh, shit, yeah. Wait, hold up. If I... Oh, it's going to be a pain, isn't it? Hold on. Is it because I'm not sending the right thing back? Wait a minute. Why is it... Why are you being a pain in my ass? That should work. Why is it not? All of a sudden. Because all the other ones that work like that are fine. So if we wanted to do 32 Warden Hearts, for example. Okay, now it's not... Oh, I know why it's not working. Because I forgot to actually set the outputs on these. I don't think we're going to need to do anything more on those. There we go. That's better. Right, if we request another 16 Hadal shards. I don't know if we're going to need those yet, but I imagine we will. Implosion compressor. There we go. There we go. Right. Do we want to bother with the larger implosion compressor, or do we just stick with this one? Is there any need for it? Like, it's not like it takes a long time. I guess the only reason would be if you wanted to, I don't know if these have like sub-tick processing where when it drops below 1 tick per recipe, it starts running kind of them in parallel anyway. That does sound pretty fun, V. It's been a long time since I've been up to the Lake District, though. Right, what else do we need for this, then? 20 solid machine casings. Have you got a link to it by any chance? I'm assuming most of the added ones will be at the back of this. Can make sugar cubes. I mean, given that, like, it's... Like, most of the recipes, I think, are probably going to be fairly fast anyway. Like, it seems like all recipes run at 1 second at LV, so I imagine it's not going to be a huge problem. We can always upgrade later if we need to. That does look fun. That looks quite cool. Right, at what point do we get down to single tick? IV by the looks of it. And we have plenty of IV energy hatches, so that works out nicely. What do we still need? Just an input bus, output bus, and that's it. This one would probably work with a pattern buffer. All right, where are we going to put this? Down here, I guess, should be fine. Is it solid? No. I'm assuming the muffler goes top middle. Energy hatch can go there. And we'll do pattern buffer, output bus there. Oh, for crying out loud, Church. Okay, so... Do we do them as single ones or in fours? May as well do them in fours. It's not much omnium, and we don't, is it? It's omnium nuggets. So we should be able to make 64 of those then, right? Wait, I thought I had the TNT craftable. Did I use the wrong TNT? Oh, wait, I don't need industrial TNT, do I? Oh, industrial TNT will do 4, but regular TNT will do 1. Okay. Do we bother with the industrial TNT? I mean, we can do it, but is it really worth it? Like, it's not like TNT is overly expensive. I guess toluene, kind of. It's not exactly in short supply. We've got over 32,000 buckets of it. And I have been voiding it for a while, apparently. I found that out this morning. I mean, if we're going to be doing it later on, we may as well do it now. If we're going to do it, we may as well do it now. Right, and that's done in the LCR as well, right? Yeah. And I feel like I have... What was I using? I was using nitration mixture somewhere else, and I can't remember where it was. What else was I using nitration mixture for? Oh, looks like that's going to work. There we go. Ta-da! Our first 64 omnium nuggets. And our first 7 omnium ingots. Yay, all that for 7 omnium ingots. Fantastic. Alright, so the Hadal energy cores we should be able to do now. That's going to use 2 of our bloody ingots just for the Hadal energy core. Right, so how many neutronium plates as well? Oh, that's one thing that we... Ah, shit. How... I'm assuming that's only one neutronium per plate, right? Yeah. Okay, good. So we should have enough neutronium to do the one Hadal energy core that we need to do for now. The Omnium bolts, I'm assuming extruder is still the best way to go for those. And then neutronium plates. Right, the Hadal energy core is made in the assembler. Which is the one that was made in the dischargement thing then? There was one recently, there was one that was done in the dischargement thing. I can't remember which one it was. Ah, yeah, that would make sense. No, Bathiel is done in there as well. Misol is not. Oh, no, it was that I was thinking of, the Hadal Warp Engine. That's what I was thinking of. Right, so we need that for the Hadal Energy Core. We're gonna... I think we need 2 of the warp engines for this. Yeah, so we're gonna need at least... So we're gonna need 2 Hadal Energy Cores at least. So if we start 2 of those crafting now, we are missing blocks of coal. I've never made a recipe for blocks of coal, apparently. Thank you. There we go. All right. Let's try that again. Beautiful. Okay. Oh, by the way, I did change some of the... how much we were storing of these things down to, like, 256 buckets rather than 512. And we've now got, like, everything's backed up now, pretty much, so... that has all pretty much stopped. I've not checked on power for a while, though. That's actually one thing I haven't looked at. I need to have a look to see if I can upgrade the storage for this. Yeah, I'm still doing fine. I will say one thing. It's been a long time since I've actually seen these turn on. Been quite a while. There we go. We've got our first Hadal energy core. We're almost done with this chapter, you know. I've only got a few things left to do, like the... oh, actually, I still haven't made the first UHV circuit, have I? Or I have made one, I just never actually took it out of the thing. There we go. Nope. Still using these. We've just got 24 of the Naquita reactors. Oh, and 24 extreme combustion engines as well. But they're kind of only a tiny part of what we're actually making. Okay. We've got most of this chapter done now. Like, the only things we've got left to do are the tier 9 microminer, superconducting wire, quintessence infuser. Nope. My stem cells have been fine. They're going in there, aren't they? Yeah, so far I've had them I've just had it, like, I entirely took out the potential additional ones. I just kept it as 64 stem cells, and then anything we got over that, fantastic. But I'm just assuming there's only ever going to be 64. So long as you always get the main output from it, which you should do, 64 main output, then anything extra is just bonus. I don't know. I've not noticed any issues yet. Now that one was fine. Yeah, I've not noticed any issues, but it's it may happen. I don't know. Anyway, right. That's the Hadal energy cores. We've got to do the warp engines next. Only things we don't have are the cryococcus frames. I have a feeling I've ran out of space for frames, though. I might have to add in another input. Oh, no, not quite. And this was done in the discharger. So we need 2 of those. That's probably going to take a little while. But that's fine. What am I still missing from this? Oh, right, we're still missing the warp engine, aren't we? All right, so how many of these do we need? So that's what, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do it in halves. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's 12, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. I made 8 of them earlier, so we'll just do another 20. There's going to be other things we don't have for this already, like we don't have the UV field generator yet. We haven't got the universal navigator. I haven't got the plasma turbines. Haven't got those. Haven't got those. Haven't got those or that. Haven't got most of this stuff, in fact. We've got the tungsten steel gearbox casings. We've got those at least. That's something. Oh, God. So once we've gone from here, where do we go next? What is our next step after these microminers? I assume we go heading into late game. Where do we start on it at? Down here. Got those already. The Omnic Forge. The Omnic Forge will allow you to produce Heart of a Universe coils and casings. It is also part of the netherite processing line. Note that Omnic Matrix machine casings are twice as expensive when crafted using the assembler, so make sure to use your first Omnic Forge to build any extra ones. Okay. Good to know. Alright, so... Is it like... No, it's like that, isn't it? Where's the extra one? Right where I left it. Good. Okay, there are our Hadal warp engines. And that's right for where they go. Yep. Right. Let's do the easy bits first. Super chests should be relatively easy. We just need 2, right? Yeah. So 2 of those. Right, UV rotor holders. Actually aren't too bad. So need small Dom stadium gears. And that was just a crafting recipe, right? And 2 of those. How much Dom? Actually isn't bad. Like 2,759 Dom stadium dust isn't too bad. Welcome back, Zodo. How did it go? Yes, Siddiq did indeed dump you here, dead man. I think those are in the wrong place. They need to be there and there. So, the universal warp core should be easy enough. And universal warp controller should be easy enough. What issues are you having with the redstone with the emitters? I mean, I don't think he assumed anything. Dead man. I think he just hoped for the best. Very well. Joe, you only passed on once when they hung you up by your toes to have the blood run to your nose. It's calm, relaxed, busy, all looks good. Got a flu vaccine shot while he was there. I'm glad it went well. Right, large plasma turbine. Also easy enough. We need 2 of these, right? Yeah. And it was 2 tungsten steel gearbox casings as well. So working, had a talk with Chu Chang. He knows about it. I'm not the only one. I know who's had the problem. Stuff just didn't stop and clear out your A2 on stuff. I've yet to run into that issue myself. I'm hoping I don't run into it. Because that's not a good thing to have happen. Right, just got those. Which way around do they go, though? Warp core at the bottom. Right, now the 2 bits that I'm not sure if they're going to be more difficult or not. I assume they will. We're going to need to do research at least for this one. I'm assuming we do for this as well. Yeah. So we need 2 data modules. I have run out of naquita-doped wafers. I don't think we're quite at a point yet where we can... Oh, wow. That's going to take a bit, potentially. We're not quite at the point where we can start using neutronium-doped wafers just yet, though, unfortunately. Says it has to do with entities not liking each other. Machine controller and the redstone emitter are tarn entities. I've literally had no issues with them at all. So I'm wondering like what I'm doing differently to you. How have I not got a recipe set up for the... Oh, there's the Hadal shards done. The Naquita doped monocrystalline silicon balls. How do I not have a recipe set up for that? I could have sworn I did. Oh, well, never mind. We do now. Oh, the fact that it's not in the cutter kind of says a lot. How many... does it tell us how many we have in here? I can't read half of these numbers. I've actually got a lot less than I thought. I've only got 307 of them. I thought I would have had a lot more than that, honestly. Yeah, 497. That might explain it then, potentially. Right, we need 2 of those. It's a stellar creation data I need, isn't it? Which... Okay. Have I even made that microminer? I must have done, right? So what are we currently using this for then? Not that. Ah, thorium and pitch blend. Okay, so we do need to make another one of these. Let's go and 1,343. 1,401. I'm winning on that. Is this turned into like stat poker? I'm using 1,400 at the moment. How are you doing, Hickenall? Right, let's do... I don't think we're going to need too many of these, but I guess we may as well. Leave this in. Wait, what's... I'm usually very good at keeping channels and things like that in check. You know, I'm actually going to do... wait, no, it's packager we want, isn't it? All right. Should be able to craft that. Not necessarily. It's not. They're both as slow as each other, really. I just like having the packages sped up, and the packages are easier to speed up because you don't have to try and put them next to the actual machine. All right. So we are going to have to make the ultra-dense hydrogen things, though. Thankfully, we increased our hydrogen production the other day. How goes the day? It's going pretty well, actually. We've made a lot of progress. So things are going all right. Right, that'll give us the recipe for, or at least the research for the UV field generator. What else do I need to... Oh, God. Gravity... Wait, do I not have gravity stars already? I thought I had some. I guess not. Oh, I need the UV emitter as well. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that the UV emitter needs a ZPM emitter and another data model. Or data module, rather. I want to make sure that this is actually sent... Oh, never mind. That answers that question. I was going to say, I want to make sure that's actually sent that out. It apparently has. Right, the one thing I am a little concerned about is we are running out of space in here. So I'm going to have to add another data access hatch soon. How far away are we from this? Oh, we're almost done. Okay. That's fine. Right, and we need that. So we'll do... I pressed the wrong button. We'll do that next, I think. That gives us a UV field generator, which we can't make yet until we've got that. Is that the last thing we need to do? We still need a few other bits, though. That's the Gravistar. Ah. Thankfully, that is free at the moment. So if I just request another, say, 32 of those, I am out. How am I out of dilithium? I just haven't processed any more yet. Okay, time to start processing dilithium. We've got the flawless and the other stuff as well, which we can break down if we really want to, but... Actually, it might well be worth doing that. So I think we can... What do we break them down with? Is it a cutter or a... I feel like it's a cutter, right? Yeah, cutter will break them down into the next tier. Okay. That's fine. Right, because there's a few other things I could do with kind of cutting back down to their the lower tier as well. So if we just passive that. Are you still playing GTNH, by the way, Reese? Do you have any recommendations on packs? Depends what you're looking to, what kind of thing you're looking to play. I'm usually very picky about the packs I play. I think this is probably actually going to be better suited to be done with an exporter, isn't it? Or maybe we do it with a threshold exporter, then we can at least keep some of the other ones in stock just in case. Server's currently down for all the mods 9, which for some reason is hogging 28 gigs of RAM. Damn. Plans to return to it soon when M's back. Right, so I'm gonna just do this with, I think I'm just gonna just do this with water, honestly. We don't need this to be like ridiculously quick. Oh, shit, I just realized I can't do this, can I? I do have to do it with an interface. That was not what I meant to do. I do have to do it with an interface because I still need to push out into there as well. Which means I'm going to need to do... Oh, nothing actually, because we don't need to put any fluid into here. I don't use much in the way of export buses anyway. Like, export and import buses are usually things that I've read are being quite bad for that kind of thing and for causing lag. So... Actually, I don't need a robot arm for this, do I? Just conveyor will do. So it's not something I've ever ran into problems with. Like, from when I had, like, a really, really crappy computer, and trying to play modded on that, I learned lots of ways to... Basically, I learned lots of ways to, not cause lag. I've never had any issues with emitters. Emitters have never been an issue. So we don't need the flawless or the exquisite. These are the ones that we actually need. Oh, shit. Wrong button. Alright. Give it some power. That's a pattern. Multi-peer-to-peer. We don't need that. It was IV, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, might have overdone it with this being IV. Let's take that down to EV. See, I can't believe they got rid of the underclocking. I can't believe they got rid of the underclocking. I'm so bloody annoyed about that. Where am I going? Down here. Yeah, you can underclock machines. At least you can in the version that's in here. Single block machines, you can underclock them. So basically, you can have any if you've got an HV machine, for example, and you don't, or say you've got a line of HV machines that all pass items from one to the next one in a kind of a processing chain, and all of them run at roughly the same at the right speed at HV, but one of them is running way too quickly at HV, so you want it to be a bit slower. You could use a so what I would normally do in that situation is go in and take that one machine and you can underclock them to a lower tier, so it will use less power and run at a slower speed. And I would go through and I would do that in any of those situations because it made it easier, because if you have a line of HV machines like this and you have HV cabling along here, if you then try and put, say, an LV machine into this, you would then have to find a way of either having a couple of transformers there to form the power down and then into there, or just run this cable out and around and then have just LV power going into there. It just gets really awkward and finicky when you can't underclock. And they've removed the ability to do this in the latest updates for GT Modern. And I am very annoyed about that fact. Did I just finish? Was it the emitter I just finished doing? Yeah. But their whole, I think their whole reasoning was like, why would you want to run something at a slower speed? Now, why would you want to run a higher tier machine at a lower speed? Wait, I need 3 of these, don't I? Right, the Gravistars. No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking about like Monifactory specifically. I'm talking about Greg Tech Modern, the actual mod. Like in all the mods 9, there's a bunch of things that they've changed. Like you can no longer make long rods in an extruder. You have to make rods and then combine them with a forge hammer now. They've added an extra crafting step, I think, just to make the forge hammer actually useful for something. I mean, the power, generally by that point, power shouldn't be an issue. When you've moved up power tiers, generally power is less of an issue. So why spend more expensive resources? People's reasoning is, why spend more expensive resources to make a higher tier machine only to have it run slower? Which makes sense. It does make sense. But if you're in a situation where you have plenty of that material anyway, and you want to keep your base looking neat and tidy without having different tiered power cabling going everywhere, and you don't want to run that recipe at a higher power tier because it's inefficient, then it just, I don't know, it just drives me up. It kind of drives me up the wall that they've changed it. Because it didn't need to be changed. It's just because a few people decided, oh, we don't actually want to, we don't use this, so I can't see why anybody else would. Seems to be the reasoning. So we're going to remove it because we don't use it. And then people that do get annoyed about it, and it's, well, fucking deal with it then. Not just making stuff neat and tidy. It's also more energy efficient. Well, I guess it's not more energy efficient than having a lower tier machine there as well. It's the same efficiency, but it keeps it. Yeah, okay. It does. The main benefit is that it keeps things neat and tidy, which is worth it. Like, some people care about aesthetics. I care about aesthetics. I don't want my base to look like a complete fucking train wreck. Which it would do if I had, like, cabling snaking through all over the bloody place. I'm surprised that's in an autoclave and not the... Wait, I have got a multi-block autoclave, haven't I? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Is that everything? Do I have everything I need for these? Yes, 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 yes. Yes, I do. Perfect. Yeah, I don't understand it either. It seems to make no sense. Like there was no, unless there was some major performance downside to it. Which I can't see why there would be, but I don't know these things and how they work, so who knows? Maybe there was some major performance related issues with it. They also made it so you can no longer pause machines mid recipe either. Although that's not really affected me massively. At least not yet. Alright, so let's just see if we can make this the UV emitters. And then we'll make sure we've got everything for these. We don't have the fine enriched naquita trinium europium duranide wire yet. Should be everything. Yeah, it will. When you the button is still there, but what it will do, it will just keep running the recipe until that recipe is finished. The current recipe is finished, then stop. It won't pause it in the middle of it anymore. Are you actually crafting? You are crafting the wetware supercomputer. Exactly, Hicknell. This is the way I'm kind of viewing it as well, is that they are... There we go. UV emitters are working. Beautiful. It's like they're catering it to the way they play rather than to as wider audience as possible. They're kind of they seem to be removing things that they wouldn't use and ignoring the fact that other people might. Which is kind of frustrating. Right, how many UV field generators do I need? There's just one. I think it's just one, right? At least for now. Yes. Right, we should have the stellar creation data now. Are you done? Nope, you're still beeping and booping. Oh my god, you've got quite a way to go as well. I don't even know the people, like all the people who are actually working on it. Again, see, this is never on when I come and look at it. I'm surprised how little we're actually using. I keep expecting it to be considerably higher. Now, how are we doing with dilithium now, by the way? Can I now make my... request my neutronium? I wanted to request like 32 neutronium. There we go, that's better. Yeah, that does sound a little bit Like, that does feel a little bit like what's going on. What are you doing? You are doing another wetware processor. You're also doing wetware processors. I might need more assembly lines soon. Oh, what did we finish in the late game? Oh, right, yeah, the Hadal warp engine. I think our stopping point today is probably going to be getting the Microminer. I don't know if we're going to be able to send it off at all. This is something that I would like to get. Hey, there's our UV field generator. Beautiful. Am I missing anything else from this? No. Well, just the universal navigator. What do we need for the recipe for that? Oh, our first UHV circuits, which actually we haven't done the universal circuit yet for UHV. There we go. Alright, so... everything in there except for that is already craftable. Oh, and the... ah, shit, the UV sensor. We got to do the research for that as well. Oops. Wait, was that 4X wire? Yeah. Is Matt still ahead of me, by the way? Does anyone know? I'm pretty sure Matt overtook me at one point. Not that it makes a difference, or I'm rushing, kind of racing or anything, but I'm curious. So I know he was ahead of me at one point. Right, we need to do the recipe for the UV sensors as well. Thankfully, everything's already there for that. We just need to do the research, which means we're going to need another data module as well. They stream when I'm at work, so not often you get to watch. Besides 3 days is somewhat similar place last time you watched him, I think. I guess he does have the added benefit, I guess, of being on a his being on a server. If I want to leave stuff running, I've got to leave the computer on, like I actually accidentally did last night. Can I just... I don't want the 2 in there. I just want the... It doesn't matter if the 2's there, but I just... I want to... I don't want it there. Right, what just finished? I didn't see. Something just finished. Oh, while we're here, let's put the universal navigator in these as well. Yeah, it's, to be fair, like, it's only like just starting this point now where I'm just starting to wish I'd had this on a server. Mostly it was just the time it took to... Wait, have you finished? You've stopped. Why have you stopped? Wait, what? Um... Excuse me? Oh, right. I know what's happened. Fuck. Well, they've only got ZPM energy hatches in them. No, they've got 4 amp ZPM energy hatches in them, so they should be fine. Oh, except that one doesn't have any fucking power. Why did that not? Did I just not do that? I still don't understand why this is only getting 36. And why a bunch of these are not outputting anything. Why have you stopped working? And why are they saying 0 computation work units per tick? I mean, they're still using power. I don't know. That's the thing. I can't remember. They're not supposed to glow red, no. They didn't get enough cooling. They got damaged. Somehow. Okay, now I'm really confused. Because they have plenty of cooling. How much PCB do I have? 105 buckets? Maybe they did run out at one point. Maybe that is it. Well, shit. That's actually really fucking bad. Because those things took forever to fucking craft. Shite. No, it's just not producing fast enough. You know what the annoying thing is? I can't even remember where it's being produced. There it is, PCB coolant. Yeah, it must have run out. The fact that it's down that low, it must have run out. Okay, that's fine. So what do we need? 2 chemical reactors and a mixer. So if we upgrade these to... I'm kind of wanting to say LUV. Yeah, I honestly, I figured we'd be making it quick enough. I didn't even think about that being an issue. Yeesh. Oh, well, never mind. That's fine. At least we know what happened. The only thing I hope is that we haven't caused any issues as far as anything else goes. Right, so... let's just replace this. First of all. Gotta redo the power as well. Don't let me forget that. Did it need a circuit for this? What's the benzene and oxygen doing anyway? Is it the biphenyl dust we needed? Or biphenyl? Okay, yeah, it was that. Okay. Right, okay, so... what do we need circuit-wise? Circuit 1. Yeah, I know you're running out of power. You've still got EV power running into you. So you're gonna fucking run out of power. Oh, I just fucked that up, didn't I? Yeah, shite. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so what the hell did I have coming out of this? Yes, stop complaining at me that you don't have any power. So this is what we're doing. Polychlorinated biphenyl. So we need... that will go at the bottom. I'm sure as I put a pump on here and not a regulator. That's supposed to be in there. Yeah, that's the right one. And that needs to be for, I think it's 4 buckets of chlorine, right? So 4 buckets of chlorine. And there'll be a pump there and a pump there. Yeah, that will export that. And that should export the hydrochloric acids. Do we care about that being... nah, that's fine. Alright, we should have the mixer by now as well. I don't know why I used a fluid regulator for that, but... whatever, that's fine. That will go there. This is the one good thing about doing... when you do stuff like purely with... laser I/O, is that you can just switch out the machines and everything works. Like, you don't have to worry about moving the, you don't have to worry about moving anything out the way. Yeah, like, you can just, like, switch out the machines and everything will just work. Okay. Hopefully, that should be okay now. How much storage do we have for it? Oh, we did. Oh, apparently I did a 64k drive and then stopped it for some reason at 512. Not sure why. Got a question. Your processing isn't fast enough. Do you use multiple blocks to keep up, or are you not running many missions? I put the missions on timers. Is the way I approached it. Let me, where are we over here? I put all the missions on timers and also had them shut off when we had enough of them. So this was set to shut off when we have 30,000 tungsten. Which I thought we had, actually. Oh, no, we ran it. We go underneath. And then when we've got over 30,000 tungsten, or if we've got over enough of these backlogged, it will shut off as well. But I've also got it on a timer here, so basically it will be on for just over the amount of time it needs to run the mission, and then it will shut off again for like 9 minutes in this case, and then run again. That way it has time for all of the any resources to be processed, and then you can just alter the amount of time between missions as needed. It's a bit of a fiddly setup, but it does mean that you have, like, that you run into less issues. There we go. We've got plenty more dilithium now, at least, which is good. Right, so are we now making enough coolant? I hope that's fast enough. If not, we'll have to move it to an LCR. Right, so the next question is, requires up to 8 millibuckets per tick of PCB coolant. Okay, and let's see how much we're actually making. How much are we actually making? We're running 20 of these. So that's what, 160 millibuckets per tick? Yeah, I'm not surprised we weren't making enough, honestly. We quadrupled the usage of it. Right, so this is running pretty much... not quite constantly. It's making roughly a bucket per second. I really miss advanced AE for the throughput monitors. Those are really nice for things like this. Okay, if we look at this, so... we're making 1 bucket of that every 1.25 seconds. 750 millibuckets goes into 1 bucket. Making this, which is the slow part of this. This is the slow bit. 2.5 seconds for 2 of those. .25 seconds. Yeah, so we can actually run the... we can actually run this at IV, I think. Yeah, 2.5 seconds. And then we could run this at IV. This is the point. This is the time where underclocking would be worthwhile, because that'd be every 2 point. You'll get 1 bucket every 2.5 seconds. 1 bucket will turn into what is it? .3 buckets essentially. So 1.3, roughly 1.3 buckets every 2.5 seconds. So, that's 2.5 seconds, 50 ticks. If we just say 1,333 millibuckets every 50 ticks, that's 26.66 millibuckets per tick. That's not enough, is it? Have I screwed up the maths there? I feel like I've screwed up the maths here a little bit. I think it'll be fine so long as if we're not using it all that often. I don't think it matters too much, but we need 8 millibuckets per tick times 20. So 160 millibuckets per tick. That's not even close to enough. I'm going to have to move this to an LCR. Or a couple of LCRs. Ooh, that's not good. Do I really want to bother doing that? Do I want to find space for that? I mean, admittedly, finding space isn't going to be that difficult. We've got all this space down here. And over here and anywhere else we need it, but... that's annoying. It feels daft. That's the thing, though. No, it's... I don't know if it is or not. I think it will. Like, I know it uses power constantly, but I don't know if it uses coolant constantly. I would or if it uses coolant at the same rate when it's being used as when it's being cooled. The thing is, though, we need to make sure we are producing enough. Like, I don't want to end up with a situation like this where I've burnt through all of my HPCA advanced components. Because I don't want to have to keep making these things, because they take fucking forever. But it does say it requires up to 8 millibuckets per tick of coolant. Why hesitate and go multi-block? The only reason is space. And the fact that multi-blocks are great. We can go for the multi-blocks for the chemical reactors, but we can't really do it for the mixer. The mixer multi-block for just this is way too big. Like, I don't want to put something this size in here just for this one thing. It's pointless. I guess we can have multiple mixers, but just for coolant, it just seems daft. Although I guess technically we would be using less power for it overall. So right, if we wanted to get 160 millibuckets per tick, how much would we need to produce of this? So 160 millibuckets per tick. We need to get 1 millibucket every 6 point... We need to have one of these recipes every 6.25 ticks. I'm not going to use... I don't tend to do that, mate. I'm not going to have the... I'm not going to have it used for other things. If for something like this, if I'm making a passive setup like this, I'm not going to have multiple things being used in the same thing, because otherwise it just causes more problems down the line than you need. It's pointless. So every 6.25 ticks. Which is... how many seconds? Oh, I did that the wrong way around. 0.3 seconds. So... we'd need it running at UV power to make enough to keep up with it. So... I guess we just have to have it with where we have a buffer, and then I just need to keep an eye on it. But yeah, I am a huge believer in separation of responsibilities. If I have something, if something is a passive craft, it will only be used for that thing. That way I can always guarantee exactly how much I'm making. Exactly what it's doing. It's never going to get held up by some other process. It's always there and available to do exactly what it's supposed to do. This is frustrating, though. And these are going to take forever. It's mostly this stuff, the uranium, rhodium, and dinacridide. But there's, we also don't need this to be running at that speed. That speed the whole time. It's only when it's, I think it's only when it's in use, because these didn't burn out before then. They only burnt out while we were using it for long periods. So I wish I knew how much cooling it needed. I wish it actually said. Coolant needed. 40 millibuckets of coolant. Oh, that's frustrating. Like, I wouldn't want to, the thing is, there's only a few more things we need to do. I think the only thing I can think of to do is, when we're not using it, just disconnect everything. Like, turn everything off and disconnect it. But then it's a pain in the ass to have to come back and reconnect it each time. Hey, we've got our first of 6 HPCAs. We're going to be here a fucking while. Oh, I really wanted to get this done today. Like, this is the last thing we need to do. What were we in the middle of doing? Oh, the cell creation day. Did I do get the robot arm done already? Yeah. Oh, it's taking forever. That's what we had to sit through the other day as well. I didn't want to have to sit through it again. At least we got 2 of the lower tier ones. I'm gonna have to just be very careful about where stuff is. There's the last 3 of those. Now we just need to wait on the advanced ones, which, what the hell are we waiting on now? The comparison on the research station isn't going to make much difference. That's not going to change anything. It's not the research station that's actually using it. It's these. And I don't know if turning these off with this actually stops it using... I don't even know if it stops it using power, honestly. I guess we can probably find out. Oh, yeah, it looks like it does. So what we can do is just have a thing where we, underneath here, where we can probably use a redstone peer-to-peer and shut all of them off at the same time. Ah, it's gonna take forever. We put this... Guess we can put it there. It's a shame we can't actually... Like, what would have been nice would have been if... Where's my redstone? There it is. What would have been nice if we could have had it so we have a comparative signal from this, but I can't really do that without it looking ugly as fuck. And having cables all over the bloody place. Oh, still need to get down there, didn't I? Back in your day, die was cool. Yeah, but you're old, Kaz, clearly. Right. I don't know if this stops it using coolant either. That should turn all of those off. Right, that's now on again. So if I turn this... Alright, another thing I'd actually like to do... And I think I'm actually going to... No, I did not mean to do that. It just fucking cannoned me forward. Ooh, I've had another thought. I might have to change these for redstone, multi-peer-to-peers. I can get it to shut down when there's not enough... Shut them off when there's not enough coolant, assuming that they... assuming that they do stop using coolant when they're turned off. Easy way to tell that is to, if we stop that outputting. Okay, it's not being used at the moment. These are turned off. Although I can't actually tell for certain because we can't see an exact amount, can we? But no, they're not. Okay, so when they don't use the coolant when they're not in use, it seems. Like, these aren't being used currently. So it's not using coolant. So maybe we don't need to worry. We only need to worry about having it so... Yeah, I know. I still need to finish the other ones, but what my whole point of testing there... No, my whole point of testing there was whether it passively consumed coolant just by the fact of them being on. That's what I was testing there. And we can tell that when the other ones aren't complete. Because it would, if they passively used coolant, then they would be consuming coolant now. And they're clearly not. And I know that's why this isn't working. Like, this will only work, so I'm assuming it needs, yeah, 96, and we've only got 72 in there at the moment. My whole point of all that was just testing to make sure it was, see whether it was passively consuming it or not. Which it does not appear to. I'm kind of curious now. Holy shit, look how fast that goes down. Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely putting those on multi-peer-to-peers. And having the lever and... another input as well. Right, can I just turn this off for now? No. Apparently I can't even turn that off. Yeah, the problem here is that these are... As soon as I switch these over, that is going to start consuming things again, which we don't want. That should be turned off. Oh no, because they're still on item ones, aren't they? That should be turned off. There we go. That's turned off. Turned off. Turned off. Okay, good. If we just put the emitter on there. Wrong one. Right, that should be... Everything should still be off, right? And if I turn that off, everything should still be off. Is it because this needs to update? Yeah. Okay, that's all it was. Okay, so... If we emit a redstone signal, if coolant is below, let's just say, like, 64 buckets. Hey, Nick, how you doing? That is eating through that so quickly. I should probably test it, actually, when we do the next one to make sure it does shut off when we need it to. Okay. And we do not have anywhere near enough space. We need more. We've got one more slot in there, though. Right, let's put this in here. Not like that. That and that in there. If we just say when it drops below 500 buckets. Hey, that works quite nicely actually, because it will turn on again when it goes over that. And we'll do a little bit. Okay, good. All right, so that means that we should not burn anything out again. Good to know. Open a couple of Korean Pokemon displays. Cool. All right. So, do we now have everything we need for this? Except the sensors. The sensor research, should I say. Looks like it. Thankfully, that was done pretty quickly. Okay, right. So that is all of our space taken up in here. We're going to have to add some more data access hatches. But this should hopefully allow us to make the last thing we need for this. Which is the Universal Navigator. So I was worth that 50 bucks and a couple of other things. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what that means. I've never been the kind of the trading card game kind of person. So I don't know much about them. I'm assuming it's good though. How much more neutronium have we got to... What are we waiting on? Oh, the last one. That is not the right place. I want it to be here. Yeah, last one's going now. Perfect. Right. I'm going to stop the dilithium going through now. I think we've got enough dilithium for the time being. We've got 18,000. Plus we'll get a bunch more from these processing as well. Oh, crap. Right. I wonder why that had stopped working. Let's do this a little differently. And we'll output to the bottom instead, just so it doesn't accidentally bring in the same thing. And I don't have to filter what comes through here. There you go, that's better. Filter's not needed. Useful, but not needed. Alright, what are we waiting on? Tritanium. Yay. How much? Not too much. Can we speed up our fusion crafting? I think I might switch all these out for UV hatches. Just so things like tritanium are a little faster to craft. I'm sure we're going to have to wait until this is finished, but... right, can we get any of the other last bits and pieces of this sorted first? Oh shit, you get quite a lot of wafers from the neutronium doped ones, don't you? How much neutronium do you need? Oh, you do need 4 per thing, though. Ouch. We might have to wait for a little while for those. Although, they do allow us to make the HASOCs. Which will allow us to make cheaper circuits. So it might be worth making a few of those just for the cheaper circuits and then carry on using the Naquita doped ones for everything else for the time being. That will probably be worthwhile. Right, what are the other things that we have left to do? We've still got to do the ultimate material. We should be able to make this now, actually. Let's actually grab the Warden Heart and another data module. And we'll go and do the research for that now. That's not what I wanted. And then we've got, right, coating Cryococcus with liquid nether star and freezing it solid results in a superconductive material capable of transmitting enormous amounts of energy. These wires losslessly transmit UHV power and can also be made into the final form of RF overclocker that can transmit a whopping 134 million RF per tick. Beautiful. What do we need to make these, though? Skulk superconductor ingots. Which are made with Cryococcus. Oh, actually, that's really not that bad. That's not that bad at all. Hold on, let's get these done now. We might actually get a second thing finished today. Wait, what was it? What am I doing? That's what we're making, isn't it? Oh, and that just gets done in a vacuum freezer. Interesting. Okay. I might need to... Wait, what just got... Oh, it was the neutronium, wasn't it? What just got... Oh, we might need to add in a... Do I want to add in a pattern buffer? Is there any reason not to add in a pattern buffer here for this? I don't think so. Sorry, I just broke it in the middle of it. That's probably daft, but hey. And to top it off, I didn't even break the right block. Oops. Right, a vacuum freezer. Hey, there we go. Nice and easy. I don't need that, do I? Not in my inventory anyway. Oh, the data module was what finished, wasn't it? Alright, so we need to go and research that. This... I'm assuming this we just put this through the wire mill for what we need for the quest, right? Yes. And our last one in that thing. We do that. Ta-da! Superconductor sorted. And we just got to do the quintessence infuser. And oh, we've still got to do the mega alloy blast smelter as well. I think we'll probably make this on Monday. Although we might struggle because we do need 5,760 millibuckets of liquid omnium. Which, yeah, until we've got the omnic data, it might not be worth it. Hey Jess, how you doing? Do need to make the omnic forge though, which is, yeah, definitely expensive. Pretty good, pretty good. How is GTNH going? Look how quickly that goes down. Jesus. GTNH is going fantastic. Honestly, you're one of the first few people I've talked to who's like relatively new to kind of Greg Tech and GTNH that's really enjoying it. I think it's awesome. It's nice to see people enjoying it. Yeah, see, this is we're gonna run out of coolant before we get to the end of that, but hopefully it will shut off. I really fucking hope. Oh no, we should get through it just about. I think it's fantastic. I think so long as you go into it with like the right mindset. It's such a well-made pack. There we go. Right, we can't actually put this anywhere because there is nowhere to fucking put it. So let's just make another one of those. That will increase the amount of power we need for this thing, but hopefully not by too much. Have some new machines up and running now, edging your way to more to electricity-based stuff. I'm going to get rid of the steam-powered single-block stuff towards the end of next week, focusing on electricity, or rather using even less than you am now. Nice. I think like with something like GTNH, it's the kind of thing you kind of got to go into it expecting to be there for the long haul. It's definitely not something you can progress through quickly. Right, do you still have enough power? Still LUV. Where am I even powering this thing from? How do we have enough power for this? We've only got an IV energy hatch in here. How is that working? No, do not try and give it LUV, ZPM power. That would not go well. 100%. If you go in expecting to clear it in a week, then you'll have a frustrating time. Yeah, exactly. Like, you have to take the time to put the infrastructure together. Provided you give yourself, like, you take the time to do that, then you have a much easier time. Right, what is taking the time with this? Something, I feel like something is broken. Oh, no, it's not. We're just waiting on titanium. Now that we don't need to do Darm Stadium in here, I think it might be worth setting this up to passively craft titanium. What do we actually need for it again? Just titanium and geranium? Yeah, I think it's going to be worthwhile setting it up to passively craft. Although we might do that next week. I don't know if I can be bothered to set it up now. We still need to switch this out for UV as well. Go in a nice and slow pace, just have fun. Exactly. It gives you, one thing it does give you as well is a lot of time to kind of build and actually like make a nice looking base. If that's the kind of thing you want to do. Oh man, titanium is such a ball ache. You know what? Can we make a neutronium doped wafer? Wafers while we're waiting. We should be able to. I'm assuming that will just go in the RHF as well. We might as well get a few more things done while we're waiting. Have plans for the area that you have around you at the moment? Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to mine. I kind of took a bit of a sidestep to go through all the mods 9 because I wanted to get the Greg Star done on there. So I'm kind of, I took a little bit of a sidestep from that, but I am looking forward to getting back to it. Please tell me that is actually running. You aren't running, are you? Why are you not working? What did I screw up? EBF, Naquita coil. Oh, right, I know why. Nope, don't cancel that one, Chach. Forgot to take the fluid out again and put it in here. Right, let's try that again. Did I not save that rest? Did I just take it out and then just not save? I did, didn't I? Fuck's sake. Right, let's try that yet again. And now you're working. Actually, 14 seconds really isn't that bad. There we go. Our first neutronium-doped monocrystalline silicon ball. All right, and then we take that. That can go through the cutter. We are so close to being done with this tab. Right, this is the bit that's going to take the time, isn't it? Or maybe not. Oh wait, yeah, it's not the actual wafers we need here, it's the HASOCs. So we need these with a black lens. Okay. we grab that. Do I have any sulfuric acid over here still? Yes. Oh, wait, no, I need 2 salt, don't I? Oh, yeah, another change that they made in the newer versions of GregTech that I'm not a huge fan of. At least I think this is a change in the newer versions and not just a change that was made in Monifactory. But they've made it so you can't make the cleaning maintenance hatches until UV, which is a pain in the ass. Right, do I have an autoclave? I do. Oh, you're gonna need a freaking... That's because it's an autoclave and not a fucking chemical bath, chatch. You muppet. Right, you know how some things need cleaning hatches? Like clean rooms? Like this is a sterile clean room rather than a clean room, but you know how some things need clean rooms? Well, if you have a cleaning maintenance hatch on a multi-block, it will basically act as though it's in a clean room. And those here are available pretty early. Yeah, IV. Whereas in the newer versions, they're not available until UV. Which is a pain in the ass. Right, I need to fit one more hatch into here. Or one more bus. Oh, and the way they do distinct buses is different as well. Right, so this should be crafting now. Whether it is or not will remain to be seen. Where would it be? It would be over here, wouldn't it? Okay, looks like it's crafting. Oh, only 300 seconds. That's fine. Alright, so if we put you in here... Alright, so grab that. Okay, right, so we should be able to make what we need. If we grab that. And while we're waiting, let's do the pattern for that. HASOC. And put that in there. Highly advanced system on a chip. And that means that we can now make some of the circuits a little cheaper. It's got to be almost done now, surely. It was like 300 seconds. It's been at least like 10 minutes. Well, this is the last thing we need to get our Eternium-plated micro sun eater. Are you... Come on, you've still got like 30 seconds to go. I'm not impatient at all, I swear. Have I got anything else I've missed on here yet? Oh yeah, we haven't done the tier 4.5 microminer yet either. Or the ASOC wafer, or we haven't had the ASOC wafers. Wait a minute, am I making those? I'm sure I am. Hey, there it is. Universal Navigator is done. If I am, they'll be over here. Yeah, there we go. Oh, shouldn't you be crafting more of those? Oh no, we're only keeping 16 in stock. That's fine. Right, that's that completed. And we should now be able to make, unless I've missed something else, Eternium Plated Micro Sun Eater. It's a beautiful name. Yeah. You just name them the same way as everything else. With a quartz knife. Just right click it with it. Just the ability to rename stuff with a quartz knife in general is just such a nice quality of life thing. It just helps so much with organization. Right, so let's see if we can send off one mission from this. See if we have what we need to send off, like, one mission from these. I don't think we will, unfortunately. Because I think that, yeah, we still need to be able to make, like, the gravitational amplifier and a bunch of other stuff. But let me... How much of a pain is that? It just needs a singularity... Yeah, we're going to have to do this another day, because we're going to have to do the singularities and get those craftable. Yes. This whole circuit crafting area is basically this whole area in here, like everything all down there and over there is all just circuit crafting. So it's passively crafting all up to, I think, the IV ones. I think are the furthest we've got. It's just passively crafting everything we need for those. And just, everything is just visible. Everything that needs to be visible is visible in here. And then this just... We just needed to add this in just so I could see the crystal CPU chips outside of here as well. It's a little bit annoying, but... But yeah, everything is... That's all the way up to IV circuits passived. Anyway, I think that is all I have today. We've done pretty well. We've got... Honestly, my intention was to get the tier 8 microminer done. But as well as the tier 8 microminer, we've made the motes of Omnium. They're now requestable. We got the tier 9 microminer, we got the implosion compressor, all the Hadal energy core, stuff like that. We're basically ready to start working on endgame. Wrong window. Wow, I'm not the only stream you're watching, Reese. I'm sad. So I think, yeah, on Monday, tomorrow, if I'm streaming, it will probably be All the Mods 10 again. I honestly can't remember what the hell I did in All the Mods 10 last. It's going to be a Voyage of Discovery again. Yes, Reese. I've been playing that on Almost 10 to the Sky. I've been playing that on kind of Fridays, Saturdays, if I stream. So we'll be back on that tomorrow. And then on Monday, when we're back on here, we can get stuff we can get. I'm probably not going to bother finishing this quest line. We will go back through everything and finish all the quests before we complete this. Like in packs like all the mods 9 and all the mods 10, I don't bother going through and completing all the quests because there's so much stuff that we just don't need to do. Whereas packs like this, I will go through and make sure I've got everything completed and finished before we call the pack done. We're not there yet, though. Obviously, we've still got a long way to go. We need to finish doing the circuits. We need to finish upgrading the circuits. So now that we have the HASOCs, we can now make the wetware processors a lot cheaper. So rather than having like all of this extra junk, we just use a HSOC. The neuro processing units are still going to be a pain in the ass, but not too bad. But it just gets a lot cheaper for these. And apparently only these. Are these really the only things we can use them with, the LUV circuits? Holy shit. That's actually a little annoying. But we can make LUV circuits, the cheapest LUV circuits at that point. What do we need for the Oh, there is. So for the wetware circuits, there are no. Is that the final tier of ZPM as well? Hold on. Oh no, the matter processors. Oh, they say the quantum SOCs. Okay. Well, that's something to look forward to. Anyway, right, we'll get back to all of this on Monday. And we'll start working towards getting to the heart of the universe, getting the Omnic Forge, all sorts of other things. This is what we really want to get to, though, the heart of the universe. We can use that to get the Omnic data. The Omnic data can be used to basically just make Omnium ingots. I don't think I'm going to be raiding. I haven't really been raiding at the moment. It's me. It's a long story. But thank you, everybody, for being here. I do massively, massively appreciate it. Thank you, Ziddick, for the raid. Thank you, everyone, for the resubs and the gifted subs and the follows and everything else. It is all very much appreciated. I should be back tomorrow. I'll post in Discord if I'm not going to be. Until then, though, thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for being awesome, and I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Just take care of yourselves.